Okay, Assalamualaikum and good evening. Sorry, I was muted. So tonight I will discuss more of forum, and you also can ask questions, stop me if you want, on the airworthiness standards. And I will show you the basis of the airworthiness standards and where the airworthiness standard is used, and which is from ICO NX8, and I will show you what FAA has published for the airworthiness standard and what EASA published and what is the CAM or Malaysian position against this, on this airworthiness standard. So that I will try to go through with you, and I think that's about it, but I will not cover all airworthiness standard. I will cover more on the Subpart A, which is more on the applicability of the standards. So any question, they can just stop me. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Iva. Okay, so first, I will share with you the convention, Chicago Convention article. Okay, let me share window. Okay. So I'll show you a few things first. It's not moving. Okay, hold on. Is it moving? Is it moving here? Okay, so this is Chicago Convention. This is what has been decided in 1944. And I will go through some of the article which we refer to in regard of the airworthiness standards. Let me check whether I'm recording or not. Am I recording? Hold on there. Okay. So when you look at these standards, we look at first, I just browse through. First is Article 1, sovereignty of the state. So we are able to do our own, but however, we need to file differences. Means that inform ICO that we are not if we're not implementing some of the standards. And then we look into Article 3, civil and state aircraft. So we do have term category of aircraft, civil and state, and which state is military, custom, and police. And here again, if you refer to the Civil Aviation Act, we do have some differences in terms of the definitions. And we have article, you can Google this article anyway. So we have article number 8, which is pilotless aircraft. I'll show you later on the ICAO Annex 8, where there is now remote pilot aircraft system, so which is a pilotless aircraft without pilots. The pilot is on the ground, and the pilot station on the ground, we call it remote pilot station, RPS. And then we go through, okay, it's not direct to airworthiness, applicability of regulations. Okay, this is not rule of the air, entry and clearance regulations, preventing or spread of disease. So if you talk about the COVID, then there is already article been written in 1944 about prevention of spread of diseases, and airport and similar charges. We have search of aircraft. This is SAR. We lost aircraft. We have to do search. That is Article 16. Nationality of aircraft, where we have this registration number, and Malaysia has been reserved with 9M. Dual registration, national and governing registration. Display of marking, we have to put the marking 9M something. So on the aircraft. Report of registration. And we have measure to facilitate air navigation. I will stop when there is something related to airworthiness. Custom duty is custom. And there is aircraft in distress. Okay. Then investigation of accident, there is a basis of Annex 13, aircraft accident investigation. Then we have air navigation. We do have document carried on aircraft. If you're an aircraft engineer, you will check this whether on board or not. Obviously, on aircraft, you can see certificate of registration, certificate of airworthiness, and where are all these required. That these are required based on Article 29, logbook, passenger manifest. Aircraft radio equipment. This is certificate of airworthiness. So this is our interest because we need to have a valid certificate of airworthiness. And the validity of certificate of airworthiness is the aircraft following the type certificate. In the type certificate, there is airworthiness standard. So aircraft should comply to the airworthiness standard as it was certified. Any changes to it will nullify the certificate of airworthiness, and that's why it's required to be approved. Okay. Otherwise, the certificate of airworthiness is no longer valid. License of personnel, recognition of certificate and licenses, journey logbook, cargo restriction, photographic apparatus on board. Okay, this is another one, international standard and recommended practices. Normally you will see the word SARP small s, standard and recommended practices. So we call it as SAP. So here, adoption of international standard and procedure, each contracting state undertake to collaborate in securing the highest practicable degree of uniformity and regulation, standard, procedure, and organization in relation to aircraft, personnel, airways, and auxiliary services in all matter in which such uniformity will facilitate and improve the air navigation. So this is all the annexes. When you see Annex 1 to Annex 19, so where are these, how these annexes become effective or become important, because that annexes is being called out as adoption of international standard and recommended procedures, standard and procedures, so Article 37. In here, we will discuss later on Annex 8, which is airworthiness of aircraft. Then we do have departure of international standard procedure, means that you are able to defer, not following what has been published. However, you need to immediately inform the ICAO. Endorsement certificate and license, validity endorsement certificate and license, recognition existing standard of airworthiness. Okay. This 41, recognition of existing standard of airworthiness. The provision of this chapter shall not apply to aircraft and aircraft equipped of type of which the prototype is submitted to appropriate national authority for certification prior to the date 3 years after the date of adoption in international standard of airworthiness for such equipment. In this situation, for example, if we see aircraft flying with valid certificate of airworthiness, and then that is a right of the member state to recognize. There is some argument on this. For example, why authority need to validate the type certificate, and also type certificate will be issued. Certificate of airworthiness will be issued based on the validation of the TC. Before you bring the aircraft into the country, register and operate in the country. However, the aircraft is already allowed to fly into the country. For example, if we're talking about Russian aircraft, Aeroflot has been flying to Kuala Lumpur before, and then why we need to validate the aircraft if we want to bring the aircraft to the country, register in the country? Because we allow that the aircraft flying into our country because we recognize the standard. However, if we want to bring the aircraft to the country, we are managing the aircraft. We don't manage the airworthiness of the aircraft with the aircraft flying to the country, but for aircraft to be registered in the country, we need to manage them. Then we need to understand how the aircraft was designed. Okay, recognition of existing standard of competency. So this is all the article. So this has been actually decided, has been written in 1944. Okay. So all are here. And this become law of the country. We bring it into in Malaysia. We bring this into Malaysia in the Civil Aviation Act 1969, which minister mandated to write regulation to take effect of the Chicago Convention. Okay, now then go straight to what we are our topic of discussion. We will look into this Annex 8 because we're talking about airworthiness. We need to look at the Annex 8, which is airworthiness of aircraft. Hold on. Airworthiness of aircraft. Okay. Let me share and reshare. That is a problem with this. Okay, share and reshare. Stop sharing. Reshare. Window. Here. So everything on aircraft airworthiness. Okay. Everything on aircraft airworthiness will need to refer to Annex 8. Okay, this is Annex 8. Remember that we see the standard and recommended practices in the article. So it states here, international standard and recommended practices. You can refer back to the articles, the one that they talk about standard and recommended practices. So in all the annexes 1 to 19 will have this kind of statement, international standard and recommended practices. Exactly the word has been stated in the articles, Chicago Convention article, which I've shown you earlier. So here is Annex 8, 13th edition, July 2022, airworthiness of aircraft. So what is in here, there's also, this is standard and recommended practices. There are also a few other documents which actually amplify the content of this. So, but those are not in the nature of legislation, because this one here, international standard and recommended practices, has been mentioned in the article. And then ICAO will do audit on the effective implementation of the standards, the subs. So this is why Annex 8 become an audit issue. The ICAO will audit Annex 8 under the effective implementation of airworthiness. So this is why one of the criteria in the audit will be airworthiness, because they wanted to see compliant to this Annex 8 related to aircraft airworthiness. So this is quite latest, 13th edition, July 2022. Okay, so here under published by ICAO, and say here superseded the previous version. 3rd November. So this is the generation July 2022. 13th edition, okay. So what are the content? The content is exactly what we need to do to ensure the aircraft is airworthy. You see the contents here is a proper document, is a book, which is there is ISBN number here. So it's not something that IQ published from nothing. So this is a standard valid document. It's a book. ISBN is a book. So what is the content? The content is definition, obviously. Part 2, procedure for certification and continuing airworthiness, which has Chapter 1, type certificate, Chapter 2, production, Chapter 3, certificate of airworthiness, Chapter 4, continuing airworthiness, Chapter 5, safety management system. This is SMS, and this is Annex 19 of the sub. Well, this is sub Annex 19, safety management. And also Chapter 6 on maintenance organization approval. And Chapter 3, okay, Part 3, Part 3 to the end, which is Part 11, I think, Part 10. This is where the awareness standard begins. From Part 3 onward, this is the awareness standard. You can see there is Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, Chapter 5, Chapter 6, Chapter 7, Chapter 8, and Chapter 9, Chapter 10, Chapter 11, and the next standards. So 3 is awareness standard for large aeroplane. A and B is depending on the date. For example, 3A before March 20, 2004, and 3B will be after 2 March 2004. So if you are now applying for certification for a large aeroplane, then you have to follow 3B. So this is awareness standard. All the way down to we have large aeroplane, we have helicopters. Okay. Chapter 4, Part 4 helicopters, 4A and 4B, still depending on the date. However, the content will be Chapter 1 general, Chapter 2 flight, Chapter 3 structure, Chapter 4 design and construction, Chapter 5 engine, Chapter 6 rotor power transmission system and power plant installation, Chapter 7 instrument and equipment, and Chapter 8 electrical system, Chapter 9 operating limitation in information. And then part 4B is helicopter, and after date 13 December 2007. And then we move on to Chapter 5, which is propeller. Okay, sorry, Chapter 5 is small aeroplane. Still, you can see here Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, Chapter 5. All these titles are identical. Later, I'll show you the standard published by ICO and published by FAA, FAR. They do not have this chapter number, but they have called it Subpart. So you go to the 5B, and then you go to 6. 6 is engine, still Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, and then you go to propellers, and then go to the coming one is RPS, remote pilot aeroplane, and remote pilot helicopter, and a remote pilot station. So this will be effective after November 26, 2026. So next year. So if you look at the content is identical to the rest. If you look at the remote pilot helicopter, we have Chapter 1 general, Chapter 2 flight, Chapter 3 structure, Chapter 4 design and construction, Chapter 5 rotors and power plant, Chapter 6 system equipment, Chapter 7, Operating Limitation Information. Later, when I will show you the IASA and the FAA, you can see here general applicability. B is this one, subpart B, fly. Structure, subpart Z. Subpart D, design and construction. Subpart E is power plant. Chapter 6, system equipment, subpart F, and information limitation will be subpart G. So they have put the letter number. This is number, and then in the CS, ESR CS and FAA, FAR, it is in A, B, C. Okay. Okay, any questions so far? So this is the basis of everything. So this is what the minimum standard, awareness standard expected by the RCO. However, most member state will write their own. I mean, not most. Member state which establish OEM, for example, Boeing or Airbus, they have their own. FAA, they have FAR, and then the EASA, they have the CS. Later, I'll show you. So whatever FAR and whatever CS that you see today is based on this minimum standard published by ICAO in chapter what, in section 3 and above. Part 3 and above. Okay, it begin here. Part 3B. Part 3A. So part 3. It begin at part 3. Anything below part 3 will be the airworthiness standards. Okay. The above here is procedure on type certification, production, certificate of airworthiness, continuing airworthiness, SMS, and maintenance, MRO. So what happened here? This is the type certificate, which is DOA, Part 21, Subpart J. This is the organization working on to get the certificate, type certificate. Once certificate is issued, then then the aircraft will be made according to this type certificate, and that will go into the POA. This chapter 2 here is production organization approval. Then at the end of this production, the POA will issue Form 52. Normally we call it Form 52, conformity statement, saying that this aircraft has been made to this TC, and then they will issue the certificate of airworthiness for the local operation. But if the aircraft is sold to Malaysia, for example, you go to Airbus and Toulouse, at the end of production, they will issue Form 52, and then they will get EASA, they will get the French DGCA export airworthiness certificate of airworthiness for export. So mean the aircraft can be sold to Malaysia. So this is a certificate of airworthiness process. And to ensure the aircraft is airworthy, you need to continually maintain the aircraft. So this is continuing airworthiness. This is where the part M is, and also part M, subpart G, the CAMO. So this is under this chapter 4. So chapters 5, all organization now must have SMS. So that's why you can go to DOE, you can go to POE, you can go to MRO, they will have SMS in place. And then for MRO, it's chapter 6, aircraft maintenance organization approval. And this all the maintenance facility. This is basic minimum requirement. You can see requirement for facility, requirement for personnel, requirement for record, and there is a procedure for maintenance release. Okay, any questions so far?
Prof, I have a
Yes.
question.
Sure.
You mentioned kan earlier chapter 5 to on the safety requirement. That one is the SMS requirement kan?
Yeah.
And of course it's applicable for the 145 DOA. But for part M, CAMO organization. So macam mana? Is it still a requirement SMS juga untuk CAMO sendiri ke, ataupun only for 145 DOA, POA?
All approved organization must have SMS. So CAMO is an
Okay.
organization. However, CAMO is only organization required by EASA. You go to the US, there's no such. There is something like, but not exactly like what we see at EASA CAMO. So that's why here is silence on CAMO, but there is maintenance organization approval. That's why in the past we don't have CAMO. So the department that doing the CAMO is your maintenance spec, I think. You go to MAS under the QA. But under ESI environment, they break it out, become their own organization. But in the past, it's just this is what the past has. You see now here is what was the past. And if they still using this, however, EASA make another step which they separate this organization, become their own entity, which is CAMO. And then also they break into the CAMO, and also now they also Part M, Subpart F for small maintenance organization, but now also they issue Part CAO. So they make it more refined, more controllable. Similarly, in the US, there's a type certificate, but the US does not have a DOA. They have personal approval. All the design engineer under the DER, designated engineering rep. There's not DOA. They are person, approved person. But the EASA does not have that personal approval. They'll have the company to do the design. They approve company to do the design. In the US, they approve person. Production, yes, we do have production approval. EASA also do have production approval. FA also do have production approval. So those are something and some differences between EASA and FAA. However, the intent, the context are the same. We want to have the aircraft to be airworthy. Okay, am I answering the question?
Okay, faham, Prof. Faham.
Okay. So
I have a second question,
sure,
if I
sure.
may.
Yeah.
Earlier on certification of aircraft, take example of validation of certificate, type certificate. Let's take example of our authority lah. Let's say we want to validate the type certificate CM kan. Um, so bila dia validate the type certificate of the aircraft, of course, kalau ada include on the airframe dengan engine, so it should be they validate only on one TC, which is on the airframe, which dah sekali include with the engine, correct?
Yes, normally yes lah. What I did in the
But
past.
I encounter a situation where there was a discussion earlier lah. Apa tu ada dimensionkan it depends on the situation yang macam mana there might be a situation di mana the authority need to do a separate validation on the engine type certification. So I want to understand macam mana in what situation tu yang membuatkan kita nak validate sekali the TC of the engine sekali tu. Macam mana tu, Prof?
Okay, so if the aircraft having only one engine option, so we can do it together sekali. But there is a different option, and then you do the validation. You may not see the engine there. Maybe not able to get access to the engine manufacturer, engine OEM or engine type certificate holder. That possibility you need to do that another separate for that specific engine. For example, when we do MI171 and our colleague went to St. Petersburg to look at the engine. So that's depends situation, yes. So one thing which I can think it can be done independently because if there are any engine option, which during the type validation, type certificate validation, they do not have enough information or they are unable to show the other option engines. So that we need to do separately. So we need to understand the context of type validation. The context of type validation is very simple. If we want to bring the aircraft to country like Malaysia and any other country, you need to understand the aircraft design. So the type validation basically try to understand the aircraft design, not in full, however, at least for type validation, what are the different interpretation? What are the differences in terms of design, if there are any, or something additional over and above? So that is the context of the type validation to understand the aircraft. Because why? Because the authority will bring the aircraft to the country, and then they will be responsible for the aircraft. Because they bring to the country, for example, Malaysia will be state of operator and state of registry. Any aircraft operate in any country will be the responsibility of state register and state operator. In order to be responsible, we need to understand the aircraft. That's all. That's the context of this type validations. Otherwise, if you come to us and then come to authority, for example, try to apply for approval of mod, repair, whatever changes to the type design, then we have to understand. Otherwise, you may make a wrong decision on that. So that's what we need to understand. So that's the purpose of type validation exercise. Only thing is the disadvantage will be the first who bring it to the country. I think even until today you have to bear the cost. So that is something which is, I think, something can be looked into. Okay, am I answering question? Are you okay now?
Okay, Prof. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So now let's look at this. Okay, this is the Annex 8. Okay, we leave it out. Now I think you know. Okay, now if you're going for assessment or you're going to do whatever that you want to do, at least you understand there is Chicago Convention article. That is the basis of everything. Then there is what's the standard and recommended practices. So all these annexes from that requirement. So now they come up with this Annex 1 to 19. This is the detail of the standard and recommended practices, which has been mentioned by the Chicago Convention article. Okay. Next, in terms of these airworthiness standards, let's look at what is Malaysia, in terms of Malaysia, how Malaysia deal with that. So let's go to CAM website. Let's go to regulations. Okay, let me share with you later. Okay, hold on. Share, unshare, stop sharing. Sharing CM. Okay. So like everything else, we go back to the regulation. Wait, where is it? I'm losing it. Okay, CM. You go to legislation, general, you go to the, forget ACTA, you know about ACTA already, go to regulation. Regulation regarding the airworthiness standard will be regulation 21. Sorry, will be regulation 25. It's not part 25, happen to be the number is 25. Part 25 is large aeroplane airworthiness standards, but happen to be 25, but 25 says that, I think you can see that part 25 says that adoption of airworthiness code. Remember you saw Annex 8, there is airworthiness standards inside there. And then the state, some member state develop their own airworthiness code based on that standards. For example, we have FAR, we have CS. So that is airworthiness code. So what Malaysia do not publish that. I think we are not even big enough to do that. I mean, we can do it, but maybe not relevant to us because we don't TC the aeroplane. And we do have our own aeroplane, small aeroplane, we do have the TC, but we don't TC anything that we validate. Some country like the US, they will validate and they issue TC. So they validate, for example, EASA A350, they will validate the aircraft and then they will issue the FAA A350. So we only issue a letter of acceptance. Because if you issue TC in the US, you have to manage the aircraft airworthiness. You have to responsible on the in-service problem, and you also end up to issue all the ADs. So I don't think we are required to do that. We just follow the OEM AD. Okay, anyway, as far as awareness is requirement, here is 25. The Director General, now is CEO, may adopt, may adopt awareness code from any contracting state as the national awareness code with such modification as he thinks fit. So we open. So that's why when we are trying to validate, we are doing validation on the MI 171, the Russian come to us with Russian standards, and then say we cannot understand the standard because all written Russia, and they say, okay, we are not different. This standard is identical to FL Part 29, large helicopters. So, okay, he declared that the MAIL 171 was designed to the FL Part 29, and then we go through all the AFA, FL Part 29 in validating, but in doing the validation of the MI 171. So, because we use this, adopt awareness code from any contracting state. So for example, we do the TC for the SME MDT 160, we use FR Part 23. When we issue TC for the Eagle, we use JA VLA. So we are free. We do not have our own. So we are in the law is a law, said may adopt any awareness code from any contracting state. So that is our position. So we do not have that similar awareness standard like CS25, CS29, or FL Part 25 or FL Part 29. We do not have that. Okay, clear on that? So mean that you can design the aeroplane, or you can apply for TC for aeroplane. You can choose whatever standard you think is applicable to you. Then you can write to the CEO, say you are proposing to use the standard. We are open. Okay. Take for example, if you bring in the say we bring this one electric aircraft is coming, RX4E for example. Those are CAL, I mean Civil Aviation Authority of China 23. So looking at this 25, do you think we can reject that? The China bring in the aircraft based on their standards? Based on this, I don't think it's very difficult to reject, but there is maybe some the reason to do that, but as far as this, I think it's very difficult to say we can accept that. That is my opinion. Okay, now next, what do we have here? So let me show you the what is FA is doing. Okay, what is the EASA is doing. So let's look at EASA first. Let me close some of this. Too many open. Okay, we close. Okay, so let's look at the CS EASA. Just you can Google EASA CS. We come to the page where the list of all the CS. So this page, I think you see the page now. So on the page here, you can see initial awareness and environmental protection. You can see all the CS listed here. You have CS20. Not to make this one bigger. We have CS22. You can, I think it's too small. However, you may still read it. CS22, sailplane and powered sailplane. CS23, normal utility aerobatic commuter aeroplane, which is this all the Cessna Vipers in this category. CS25, large aeroplane. This is all our Airbus, Boeing. CS27, small rotorcraft, single engine. CS29, large rotorcraft. And then we also have CS for gas balloon. Okay, not hot air balloon, balloon filled up with helium, and then hot air balloon, and then tietted gas balloon. Tietted gas balloon, you can see that we have this a few months, I think, in Putrajaya, where you can dine on board. So that is tietted. Gas balloon tietted, gas balloon non-tietted, gas balloon tietted. And then we have CS on aircraft engine emission, fuel venting, and the noise. So this is talking about environment. And we have CS APU, CS all weather, and we have also CS CCD. This is OSD. Okay, so I think everyone also need to understand OSD is become, I think someone has been going through the interview and they've been asked on CS on OSD. So CSE is engine, CS TSO, CSE TSO, CS FCD, this is OSD, CS Gen ML, this is OSD, CS LSA, large sport aeroplane, CS MCSD, this is OSD, CS MMAN, OSD, CS propeller is a propeller design, design standards, and CS SIMD, that also OSD. Sorry, this is simulator certification. CS10 standards, okay, standard changes and standard repair, I think almost identical to AC43, if anyone familiar with AC43. So CSVLA, the Eagle, CSVLA, also CSVLR, very light autocraft. But it's now also new standard, which is DS Part 21 light. So it means that you're doing DOA. I think in Europe, they already have some small scale DOA. They put it as DS Part 21. So DS 21 LD. So all the details are here. Okay, you can go here. Okay, any questions so far? So if we see here, 22 not in the IQ. 23, yes, the aircraft. 25, yes. 27, yes. 29, yes. Or the balloon not in the IQ. I just show you earlier, not there. And CSE engine, yes. CSP propeller is yes. So VLA, VLR is not in the IQ. Okay. What does it mean? What does it mean that there is no international provision for you to issue TC and CFA? Okay, no international provision. If you do have something like 25, you cannot avoid, it's there. 23 is there. 27, 29 is there. You cannot avoid not to issue TC and CFA because it's there. Otherwise, you file differences that you're not following the large aeroplane, large photograph. Okay, for example, we have now we have the RPAS in the ITO, but it's not here. So how we deal with that? IASA having this something on RPAS, special condition on RPAS, so we can use that special condition on RPAS to design certified aeroplane, and because RPAS is in the ICAO NXA, it is eligible for TC, and also COA can only be issued for aircraft with the type certificate. Okay, any question? So I will ask a question. If you have balloon, okay, balloon here, if you buy this balloon having TC, EASA issue TC on this balloon. Can we bring this balloon to Malaysia and issue COA? It has TC, that prerequisite for COA. Can Malaysia issue standard COA on the balloons? So this is my question to you. In terms of legality of this. Okay. So for example, there was someone bringing the electric aircraft. Is there any electric aircraft here? So that's why we don't use electric aircraft, we use this CS-23. CS-23 having provision of power plant, but that power plant instead of ICE, internal combustion engine or turbine engine, we put electric. So still we can apply for CS-23 because CS-23 is in the IQ. But here with the balloon is not there. Okay. You can come back to me and answer the question later. Think about it. Okay. Now, so this is the CS. So let's look at how FAA is doing. Okay, FAA doing. So let me share with you. Where is it? Stop sharing. Share here. Okay. So here is FAA. Let's go to subchapter C. So you can see here part 21, part 22, you can see part 23, part 25, part 27, part 29. That's all. No LSA, there's no VLR, no VLA. So what FAA doing? They have part 23, part 25, part 27, part 29. Very simple. But how you want to apply? For example, the Eagle, we have VLA, CSVLA. So that will be under special restricted TC or special category TC or special category certificate of airworthiness. So that's how the FAA doing. They are very focused on part 23, 25, 27, 29. That is the main focus of, with the FAA. The rest is under special category, most of it. Clear? So now let's look at the content. So let's look at the content. So this now we know already for 23, 25, 27, 29. That's very clear. And also part 35 propeller, part 33 engine. So all this in the IQ NX8. I think if you remember, I show you NX8. All these 23, 25, 27, 29, 33, 35 are in the ICO NX8. So they follow that NX8 strictly for, I mean, they use the NX8, they publish the own national standard based on NX8. However, EASA, we do have others like LSA, VLA, VLR, UAS, that is in EASA. So I think looking at that, maybe EASA become more dynamic and certify the aeroplane. They also have electric engine standard now under special condition. Because they don't have special, they do not have direct IQ standard. They use those standard they publish under special condition. This is special condition for VTOL, special condition for electric engine, special condition for RSA, so they are put under special condition. Special condition is their own design standard published for their own. So it's not something we can hinge on as a IQ NX8 airworthiness standards. Okay, any question? Okay, let's try to look at each one of these. Okay, let's look at part 23. If you're operating Piper, you're operating Cessna, you're operating Beechcraft, those are mainly part 23. And part 25 is most of all those jet, 737, 747, Airbus 330, 320, those are part 25. For helicopter, for large helicopter, and for example, 725, Super Puma, AW1, those are part 29. The smaller one is part 27. For example, the what you call it? The Robinson. So those are part 27. Okay, let's try to look at the content. So we go into the large aeroplane first, part 25. They have four, remember? Subpart A, Subpart B, Subpart C, Subpart D, Subpart E, Subpart F, Subpart G, Subpart A, Subpart I. Is this identical? They're here. General flight structure, design construction, power plant, equipment, operating limitation. This is almost identical to the IQ that IQ awareness standard, which I have shown to you earlier. But they don't use chapter, they use subpart. Similarly, if we open 23, okay, you can see the same subpart A, B, C, D, E, F. Almost identical. And then you open 29, 27. Okay. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Identical. This is heli, but the chapter are identical. 29. Okay. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Identical. So these four, 23, 25, 27, 29, the chapters, which is subparts, are identical. The content also almost the same. Okay. Even though different, but they have different. For example, power plant. For example, for helicopter, they have gearbox transmission. So that will make it different. But that information in the subpart E power plant. So what else? Engine. Engine is 30. Propeller 35. Engine 34. Also, they have slightly different. A, general. B, design and construction. C, design and construction, receive engine. D, block test. E, design construction turbine. F, block test. So this is slightly different because, for example, in aircraft and helicopters, aeroplane and helicopters, they do have subpart B, which is flight. So this engine is not flying. The engine is just core engine, which we put in the engine nacelle, hang into the engine mount, and fly the aircraft. So they don't have that subpart B flying. That will be flying part of the aircraft. And then look at propeller. So this is propeller. We do have subpart A general, subpart B design and construction, subpart C test. So seem to be design and certified propeller is a lot simpler. But we have not tried to do it in Malaysia. I think it's something also some entrepreneurs, maybe this is something you can do a bit easier than others. Okay, other than that, we do have emission, fuel venting, and we do have also part 36 is noise. So this environment. So this complete the whole ecosystem or the whole awareness requirement for you to make the aircraft to have the TC, and with the TC you can have the certificate of airworthiness. Okay, any question on that one? Okay, now you look at this. Hold on. Okay, let's open subpart A because I will focus now earlier on subpart A, which is applicability, and I show this one. I will show you the CI. So how they are differ in terms of applicability. If you go to part 23, what is significant now on part 23? Now, part 23 is now using the concept of the risk-based design. The risk-based design means that you are more on showing what are the risks and how you mitigate the risk. FAA and EASA has been the same thing, risk-based design certification. Part 25 not yet there. However, the design concept is already there. That's why we most of the time you use also the final failure effect analysis FMEA for every design to ensure to determine what are the risks on the design, how we mitigate, and we also need to have the mitigation plan and control. So applicability here, you can see one differences between the old standard and new one. The new standard having the 4 numbers here, digits. So applicability. So you can open the applicability of this part 23, 2000, and he said here, this part prescribed airworthiness standard for issuance of TC and changes to the TC for airplane in normal category. And the name is been simplified, become normal category. So for the purpose of this part, the following definition applies. So the introduced definition, continue, safe flight and landing. So EASA Part 23, EASA CS23, and FL Part 23 having the same approach, continue, safe flight and landing. So you need to actually means airplane is capable of continued control flight and landing, possibly using emergency procedure without requiring exceptional skill, pilot skill or strength. Upon landing, some airplane damage may occur as a result of a failure condition. Okay, so that is the term now has been used, continued safe flight and landing for both 23. Okay. Now let's try to look at applicability first, and then we continue looking at others. Okay. Now under general applicability, and also 20.005. Now they have make a different level, certification level. Certification in normal category apply to airplane with passenger seating configuration of 19 or less and maximum certified takeoff weight of 19,000 pounds. So that is first term. So you got more than 19 pack, then you are not this 23. If more than 20,000 pounds, you're not 23. And then also they have level it, make level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. Part 23, level 1 for airplane with maximum seating configuration 0 to 1. Level 2 for airplane with maximum seating configuration 2 to 6. Level 3 for airplane with maximum seating configuration 7 to 9. And then level 4, airplane with maximum seating configuration 10 to 19. Those days, part 23 all the same. But now they have level 8, level 1, level 2, level 3. So you got one packs, part 23, you are level 1. Certification level 1. During the if you go through later on this airline standard, they will make determination level 2, level 1, level 2, level 3. They have different requirement. Different set of requirement. Some part of it. So now we can very clear you are one pack aircraft or you are 19 pack aircraft. So you have two different, even though part 23, but different level. So you're talking about 19 pack, you're talking about level 4. So next, that is level 1. Level airplane certification level based on number of packs. Now airplane performance level, low speed, high speed. So you may be high speed or you may be light speed. So you have number of pack and either next look at low speed or high speed. So then you look at into airplane not certified for any aeronautical may be used to perform any maneuver incident. Okay, this is stall. Okay, and lazy 8. Then stick turn. So these are the maneuver capability. So airplane certified for gravity may be used to perform maneuver with limitation. Okay. Anyway, so now they have now make differences because in the past they said part 23 up to 19 packs, but now they make it into different level. They have make it into 4 level. They also make it into the speed category, performance level, which is speed, low speed, high speed. So that is something radically changed from the past. Part 23. So acceptable mean of compliant. So applicant must comply with this part using means of compliance which may include consensus standards. So consensus standard normally sometimes they use now ASTM. So any consensus standard means that now before we do not have this statement. But now they have this consensus standard, mean you can pick any standard and try to show compliance according to the standards. But that standard should be acceptable to the authority first. In your discussion for TC, you also need to list what is the consensus standard you are complying with. Okay, any questions so far? So that is gender Subpart A because I'm focused on Subpart A. Okay, now look at the 25 large aeroplane, Subpart A general. So they do have applicability, special retroactive requirement, special provision for ETOP, definition, and incorporation by reference. So I do not want to go too much detail, but they have these four elements in the applicability. Applicability. Okay. So A, B, so must show compliance. This standards. Look at retroactive requirement. So this is the following special retroactive requirement mean retrofit are applicable to an airplane which the regulation referenced by the TC predate the session subscribed below. So this is some retrofit for predate aircraft. That is retroactive. Then special provision by ETOP by type design. So this is ETOP applicability, airplane with two engines, ETOP, fuel system, low fuel alerting. So this is all the ETOP special provision. Then what else in the Subpart A, which is incorporation by reference. So this is all the material list in the section incorporate by reference in the corresponding section noted. So this is all the corresponding references. So example, National Technical Information Services. Okay. Fuel tank flammability assessment method. So they already specify how to assess fuel tank flammability, and they also give you the reference. So that is incorporation by reference. So but in part 23 earlier, you are allowed to choose consensus standard, but here they already specify for you. And for large, for helicopters, part 29, part 27, Subpart A. So what does it say? Subpart A, okay, applicability and special retroactive. So there is applicability, Subpart A, which is okay. What is interest to us? This part prescribe evidence standard for issue of TC. Any changes to the TC for normal category autograph with maximum weight of 7,000 pounds or less. So if you are 7,000 pounds or less, 9 or less packs. So this is 27. This is the limitation for part 27, or else you go to part 29. Okay. Then multi-engine rotorcraft may be type certificate as category A, provided the requirement referred in Appendix C of this match. So aircraft there's category A performance, category B performance. Category A, you can take off, you got engine problem, you can continue to the next destination. Category B, if you take off, you got engine problem, you need to land immediately. So that's category A, category B. So mean that if you are multi-engine, you can apply for category A, provided Appendix C of this part are met. So those are normally category A performance requirement. So mean that even though your small helicopter, 7 pound or less than 9 or less seat, you still able to be in the category A certification, provided first you are multi-engine and you meet the compliance for the category A performance requirement. And then you go into part 29, subpart A, you have applicability and retroactive. Applicability. So there's a series of applicability. So mean that transport category aircraft must be certified according to category A or B requirement in this part. Multi-engine rotorcraft may be type certificated as both A and B. So you are applying for A or B. If you are multi-engine, you are able to apply for both A and B. Why this A and B become issue? Sometimes you are there is cases you can look at the TCDS. It's certified to category A, but suddenly become category B if you carry like underslung. Certain operation make you not allowed to go to certify to category A, you become category B. Means that you have problem, you immediately land. That's category B. So what else? Rotograph with maximum weight greater than 20,000 pounds or 10 or more pack seat must be A. okay, must be category A. So 20,000 pound, 10 or more seat. Rotorcraft maximum weight greater than 20,000 pound, and 9 or less seats can be certified as category B. I mean, it's safe for you. You got engine problem, you land. And rotorcraft maximum weight of 20 pound or less, but with 10 or more packs, you must category B. Category A requirement can be applied for if you meet certain of the standards for category A. Rotorcraft maximum weight 20,000 pound or less, or 9 or less packs must be certified to category B. So that is the condition for you to apply for part 29. You either category A or category B. So you have two options. So what is my experience on this? There are some aircraft, they downgrade the category A become B, but it's not appear exactly in the TCDS, but appear in the flight manual. So you must be careful when you look at this kind of aircraft, because you need to get the airworthiness approval, or you need to look at the performance when you are switching off from A and B. And you must notice now you are in B, so you must adhere to the requirement that you are now B. Otherwise, you got a problem because you may think you are category A. Okay, now this is the 29. Okay, let's look at the CS. Yeah, you go back to CS. So share and reshare. So stop representing. Share. We look at the CS. So we look at the CS, and then we look at the 23. So the name is normal, utility, aerobatic, and commuter. But AFA has changed it to the normal category. So let's open up. What is this category? What is part 23? So part 23, now at amendment 6. So what is the applicability for this part 23? I think I need to reshare and share again. Hold on, I think it's a challenging situation here. Okay, now stop presenting and share. Sorry, what is it? Okay, can you see now? So here we call the name as I'm losing it. Hold on. So this is PS23. Okay, open. Let me share and share. Stop presenting. Share window. Here. So you can see this standard is certification spec for normal category aeroplane. Our interest more on the general. Okay, general 23-2000 applicability. Same here, this also having this term, continued safe flight and landing, because this term will be used throughout the standard, because now the standard become risk-based, and this is the concept of, this is the objective that you need to achieve, continued safe flight and landing throughout the standards. And then certification of normal category, you can see the similar to what you see at FAA. They also certified to levels 1, 2, 3, 4, as well as high speed or low speed. So this is no difference than what you see earlier. Acceptable mean compliant, then similar to what you see before. So now part 23 has no different from both EASA as well as the FAA. at this level, at this applicability level, subpart A level. Okay, now let's look at the CS, the now I have open too many too big. Okay, close. Yes, here, close. Okay. So again, you can see it's part 23. You've seen part 23. Now you look at part 25. Okay. Part 25, CS 25. So CS 25, you will see large aeroplane. So let me open up large aeroplane. Amendment 28. So it's plus amendment now. So amendment 28. Open amendment 28. A bit slow, I'm sorry. Okay. Now amendment 28. Let me share and stop presenting. You window. So you can see here is certification spec for acceptable mean compliant CS25 large aeroplane. So you refer back to this subpart A. So this subpart is very general. It does not have what we have seen at FR part 25. These certification specs are applicable to all turbine powered large aeroplane. That's it. If you're designing, you apply for large turbine powered large aeroplane, then you have to go for part 25. So it's very straightforward. And then now let's look at the CS 27. So CS 27 deal with the normal category rotorcraft or small rotorcraft. Sorry. So let's look at what is small rotorcraft in terms of applicability. CS 27, Amendment 10. Okay, Amendment 10. You can open Amendment 10. We can share. Okay, share window. Amendment 10. So small rotorcraft. Then let's look at the applicability again. So applicability, they do have 27.1. So this autocraft with maximum weight of 7,000 pounds, similar, or 3,175 kg. Multi-engine autocraft may be certified to category A, is the same. And Appendix C will determine that if you are going for multi-engine autocraft, which is you for this 27, you can go for B, but still you have the option to go to category A, which you need to go to Appendix C or the standard, and you look at here, this you need to comply. You start looking at you need to comply to CS29, paragraph of CS29, for you to be able to get the CS27 rotograph into the performance, into the category A performance. Okay, questions? Okay, next, I will finish with looking at the CS 29. So for CS 29, which is large autograph, CS 29, so CS 29, Amendment 12 now. So what we have, Okay, stop sharing 27. Sharing 29. Sorry, sharing 29. So you can see here 29, last photograph. If you go to Subpart A, we come back to where what we have seen in the FR part 29, no different. So now we have seen 23, we have seen 25, we have seen 27, we have seen 29. Only big difference is 25 for CS. You just say large turbine, turbine engine rotocraft. Does not say anything else. If you are turbine engine rotocraft, you apply for this category. Apply for part 25 large aeroplane. Okay, I think that's about it. I think I will continue on the next session, continue on subpart B, subpart C, subpart D, into the detail of the engineering of this subpart. I think I choose 25 and also 29. I can flip-flop because the content requirement are almost identical. Engineering from engineering philosophy or design also almost identical. Okay, any questions so far? If no, then I will stop here. We will meet again on the different subparts in the future. I don't have the date yet, but I will keep posting it if we want to go for this. When we want to go for this subpart B, C, D, E, and up to G and H for large aeroplane. And then all this one I will record it. I will record it and I will put it in my YouTube channel. You can access my YouTube channel. And also I do already have the awareness forum web base, which you can also read my article about awareness on those awareness forum. Okay, if no question, I will stop here and see you guys in future.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.